Good evening, and welcome to Earth Day. Happy Earth Day.
Good evening.
Today, Earth Day has always been, well, at least for the past few years, it's kind of been a big deal on my channel. I try to do, I have a tradition of doing dinosaur sets on Earth Day, but I don't keep my build queue all in the same place. I have different sets in different places depending on what they are, how big they are. And right now, I'm not exactly sure where I put all the Jurassic sets I have in the build queue. Plus, there's I just saw the reveals for the summer Jurassic releases, and I kind of want to rethink my plan for doing those to accommodate the summer sets, maybe. So, my Jurassic sets that are in the build queue are on hold. So, instead of dinosaurs, we're going to um, we're going to do something similar. We're going to do a dragon tonight. Dragons aren't that different from dinosaurs in terms of how cool they are and awesomeness factor. And dragons are actually, I think dragons are a little more awesome than dinosaurs. Um, so let's do a dragon tonight. This one's a little bit different of a dragon than the typical dragons that we sometimes do on this channel. Let me switch the camera and I will show you what we've got. This is Lego's Auspicious Dragon. It was one of the Chinese New Year slash Lunar Festival sets a couple years ago. It retired. This set inflated quite a bit in retirement and almost became inaccessible to me. I wanted to get this a few years ago, but that was before I had a Lego budget established. And then I had been doing Chinese New Year's almost since the beginning of my Lego collection. And then there was another year I couldn't get hold of it in time because it was back ordered and the Spring Festival was early that year. And so that year I ended up picking another retired set that I was able to get pretty quickly from eBay. And then I was going to do it this year, but then I saw Lego releasing the horses, and I realized I really wanted the horses set. Meanwhile, this set continued to inflate. It retired. It inflated really quickly, went out of budget, and I was browsing the eBay listings as I do a few weeks ago, and I saw that I could get this one was listed pretty much close. I think it was at close or on retail price. And then I looked at the description and saw that it was a damaged box. So I knew retail price would be a really good value on this one given how quickly it inflated. So even though it's not Chinese New Year, I jumped on it. You will notice this box isn't sealed. With damaged boxes, I had an issue last year with one of my sets that I got as a damaged box special. That I did off stream, where there was some stuff missing on the inside. So when I get a damaged box now, I always open before the build just to make sure everything's there. And it didn't look like anything's missing. I'm 99% confident about this package. I think it'll be a good build. And it's good for Lego collectors like me to look for damaged box specials, because some collectors collect the boxes, which is why a lot of sellers make a big deal about the boxes being in good condition. But most people who collect Lego, they throw away the boxes and the box condition doesn't matter. But because the box condition matters to some collectors, it matters to the sellers. So you can often find some pretty good deals on the aftermarket with damaged boxes, because if you're not going to keep the boxes anyway, just go for your discount, you know? So I'm glad to finally get a hold of this, and because I can't find my dinosaur sets, I figured a dragon would be the next best thing. And so even though it's not Chinese New Year, it's still Earth Day. And this is the Auspicious Dragon. This is the Good Fortune Dragon. So thematically, it's still relevant to Earth, And here's hoping that Earth has a good year. Um, we'll see what world governments do in terms of pollution. All these wars are certainly not helping, but we're not going to get into politics on this channel. So let's go ahead and open up this dragon. Let's get into it. And let's celebrate Earth Day with this beautiful Chinese dragon.
Celebrate Earth Day.
Okay. So first things first, I pull these out so I could position the box a little bit to show it better. I do have the single table set up. It's a bit of a bigger set. I do have a second table accessible that I can pull over and set up the two table setup if it's going to be big enough for us to do so. I'm going to try to do it on the single table because I have extra tables in my area right now and I'm pretty cluttered around here. You can't see, but my area is actually more cluttered than usual right now, so I tried to keep all that stuff off camera, but so I didn't want to automatically default to the two table setup. We've done sets this big on the single table setup before I started using the two table setup. So we'll try. If it's not working out too well, then I'll make adjustments on the fly and pull the second table in. But we're gonna try on the single table for tonight. So front of the box. Sorry about the glare from the light. There's nothing I can do about that. And oh wow. Yeah, this is going to take up quite a bit on my display shelf. It looks like the head is slightly posable. Not sure about the legs. I think the legs are attached to the base. Here's the back of the box. This thing looks awesome. I've been wanting this one since it came out, so I'm glad to finally have it in hand. Let's put it together. I should be getting the rest of my display shelves within the next month or so, so pretty soon my room's going to be like a little Lego museum. I did, like I said, check all the contents before stream because of how damaged the box is. You can see all that box damage over here. But yeah, I know all the bags are accounted for. I forgot to check and see if this set is supposed to have a sticker, so let me pull that up real quick. Let me do a quick little bit of research and make sure that there's no sticker sheet, because I didn't see one when I was going through the contents earlier. And I just want to be sure. Even if there is a sticker sheet, it's not that big a deal, because I can just get the stickers and apply them later. Oh, that's cool. So I'm looking at the parts list for this set, and it doesn't look like there's a sticker sheet. We are, however, getting a brick separator, so I'll be able to pull that out at least. We have a number of gold pieces, and we have, of course, the traditional Chinese New Year color scheme that they do of the red, the turquoise, the oranges, and the gold. So this will be a fun, colorful dragon to put together. I might do a dragon shelf with Maleficent and Toruk in this guy. If I did that, I also have a one Ninjago baby dragon that would have to go up there. But I'm looking through this, and it looks like there's some nice tan pieces with a scale print, but no stickers. So I think we're good to go ahead and get these bags sorted and start the build. So First off, here's the instruction book. It's a thick one. It's a 200-page instruction book, but you know we tend to go quickly. So no stickers means we're going to have a completed dragon at the end of stream. That thing looks awesome. It'll look even more awesome when I have it fully assembled in front of me in full 3D. Let me get these bags set aside until we need them. Getting your bags in order is a crucial first step of the build. Yeah, that says 8 right there. If your bags are not in order, it'll slow down your build process later. Generally speaking, I will only look for damage box specials on retired sets because a lot of retired sets go up in value. If a set is available from Lego, even if it's on back order, then I'll get it from Lego because that way I get the VIP points for future discounts. I don't want to. If I can get VIP points on a set that's actively still being sold by Lego itself, I'm not going to give up those points, no matter how good a discount looks. But I did also discover Whatnot recently, and I've scored a couple good auctions as well. But lots of Lego plans on this channel, that's for sure, and lots of Lego plans for my collection off the channel as well. I recently did a big set that I will. There's a future stream coming up where that set is relevant, but it was an all-day build off stream, so I'll show it off a little bit when we get to that stream. And I've talked for 14 minutes, well, 12 minutes because of the splash screen. So we have bag 1 in front of us. Let's pull up our instruction book, and we are ready to start putting our dragon together. Well, I think the first couple bags are the base that he stands on. It's a little tiny rock that's sticking up out of the ocean. That's his base. So here's a little page talking about what the Auspicious Dragon and what it represents in the Chinese and the symbology. Okay, it protects and blesses people with peace. That's a very good message for Earth Day. Symbol of luck, blessings, year of harvest. All of this is a it's a creature that traverses both heaven and earth, so very, very relevant to an Earth Day kind of theme here. There are no figures in this set, which means we don't have to worry about having this front row where we just have people watching. We're not going to have any of that this set. And here's an ad for Monkey Kid. Monkey Kid is a theme that they did a couple years ago based on Chinese mythology. I don't know too much about Monkey Kid. It was like a cartoonified version of a cartoonified modernized version of Chinese mythology. And I don't really know Monkey Kid. You'll have to go to some other Lego people if you want to learn about Monkey Kid. But I do know some of the mechs that came out of Monkey Kid looked cool, and for a time I thought about getting some of them. Here's the page telling us about how to use the separator, and this page is telling me that I'm actually cut off. My instructions are cut off at the top. Let me adjust that real quick. It was only a very slight cutoff. Not enough to probably be relevant, but I want to make sure we're seeing the whole page on screen. It wasn't relevant. It wasn't noticeable on the other pages because the way the other pages had their margins. All right, so we're just gonna open up bag one and get started. This being a retired set, obviously it's going to be all plastic. It's actually about 2 hours later than I wanted to start. The survey site was hitting heavy today, so, well, it was slow all day, and I came back from dinner ready to start stream, and there was like $40 of work sitting on my desktop, so I decided to delay stream an hour and do work. $40 is a lot of money. Lego is an expensive hobby, so. And I have a show ticket that I need to. My brother got a 7-week job working a show at a local theater, so we're going. Their opening night was tonight, and on Sunday we're going to see his show. So I gotta pay Mom back for the show ticket. So here we are. We also have a lot of expensive things coming down with Lego soon. New CMF set coming out in a couple weeks. There's the soccer stuff coming out. I don't follow the World Cup, but there's 2 really cool soccer sets that I want to get. So we'll do a stream to celebrate the World Cup. And then one of the other sets that's on my wish list has gone into what's called double points for a few days. And on top of that, we have Star Wars Week coming up and all the deals involved with that. And then, of course, the typical... And then, of course, there's all the summer retirements that I'm going to want to stack up as soon as possible so that I don't miss out on them. There's 4 sets on my wish list that are retiring in July, so if I can get a hold of them by the end of next month. Also, there's a couple of, if I want to be a Mario completionist, there's a couple more sets I need to buy as well. And those are a priority because I want to redo the way I do the Mario portion of my Lego storage. I want to move them from the bins into regular boxes. Still separate, of course, so I can access them easier, but for when I want to play the tabletop. But May, my Lego plans are loaded for May and into the summer, so I just hope I can keep the budget going so I can do everything I want to do. I do need to cut back on how much I keep in the build queue at once. Almost forgot. We'll set that aside till we need it. So yeah. So yeah, it looks like we're starting here with a base. Base is good. You always want to do base before you can start building up the main event. So far, it doesn't look like table space is going to be an issue with this one. I think we'll be able to manage with 1 table, but we'll see how it goes. And if assemblies mean we temporarily move the full build off the table, that's another option to us. I really don't want to do the 2 table setup for this if we don't have to. But yeah, in a few weeks, once my final few shelves come in, I'll be able to really set up my my area to look like a little Lego museum. A little 1-room or half a room Lego museum. The 1 shelf I already have looks awesome, but there are some sets on there that really belong on another shelf. So since this is one complete cohesive model, I'm not sure what the brake structure is going to be like. It's going to be whenever I need one, I guess, as long as it's between bags. I don't like doing brakes when there's a parts pile in front of me. It'll be awkward because I won't really have anything to show off during brakes with an incomplete model, but we'll deal with that when the time comes. There will be long stretches where I'm going to stop talking and focus on the build, partially because it's a later start and I build a little bit faster when I'm not also talking while building. But also I frequently run out of stuff to talk about. Temporarily, of course. But running out of stuff to talk about is a thing that happens to me, so it looks like with this first bag what we're doing is we're basically creating the frame and structure for the base area. We'll probably be doing the base for a couple bags before we get into the dragon proper. I did do a lot of Lego the past few days. Yesterday we did the third part of our 4-part Animal Crossing series on this channel. We'll do the final Animal Crossing stream next week. And then over the weekend I actually did a non-stream build, but a really big set, like I said. So and that set has had a sequence which involved finger blistering type of pieces. So yeah, I'm still recovering from that. So my finger's not the best tonight. Hopefully I won't lose grip and have any floor yeetings, but I probably just jinxed myself. We got off to a good start at least. Alright, so why is that not feeling totally straight? There's a bit of bend on my base section, which makes me think some of these pieces might be a little warped or not pressed in all the way. I can't really tell, but it feels to me like they're pressed in all the way, so I might have some slightly warped pieces in this base. It probably won't be noticeable once we put all the details in. I've never seen warpage to this degree on Lego before, especially on a set that's not terribly old. It is retired, but it is only a couple years old. So I shouldn't be seeing this amount of warping on the pieces. Then again, it was I don't know what kind of situation the box was in. It was a pretty damaged, beat up box, so maybe. But this is just the base. It's the dragon I'm more concerned about. So as long as um, the dragon, as long as that doesn't show too much warpage, we should be okay. I know it doesn't look like much yet, but part of doing these big statue builds with Lego is you got to build the foundations and the framework first. And as the base comes together, it'll start to get more detailed and become recognizable. That looks like a double stack. Okay. You can see we're already doing some non-symmetrical stuff going on here. There's also a little bit of Technic framing going on right here, which I think these are supports to either go inside the rock or hold up the dragon's legs. We've seen leg supports like this before. But again, I don't know if this is a leg support or if it's part of the structure for the base. A lot of these colored bits you see are going to get covered over because when they do frameworks like this, they like to put a lot of brightly colored pieces inside that you don't see in the final build. But it's still going to be a very colorful set. It's just right now we're building the rock base, so eventually this is all going to be covered over with gray before we get into the dragon proper. Sorry. I temporarily ran out of stuff to talk about, but that means I can just focus on the build a little better, so. So we're doing another little structural assembly here. That's going to go onto the main assembly. Again, this first bag is really just a bunch of internal structure and framing. Oh, did I make a big mistake earlier? Shoot. Let me check things out here. Those are supposed to be the 5 long ones. Oh, shoot. I'm glad I caught that before it was an even more serious issue. This could have been a lot worse. It's these pieces we were supposed to use back there. Be careful when you're building Technic, because it can get confusing sometimes with the Technic pieces. I want to have this fully pushed in. I'm glad I caught that before it was a really serious issue. Could have been a lot worse if we had discovered it later. Now we can move forward with the correct pieces for this step. This isn't the biggest Technic fix I had to do. There was one Star Wars set I did which had a complex Technic assembly, and at the end of the bag I had to go back and basically rebuild the whole thing. Fun times. But it was worth it in the end, because that set ended up having a really nice action feature that the Technic caused. Here the Technic is just for framing and to strengthen the base. When you see Technic in a system build, it's usually for one of two things: either to strengthen the structure or to create an action feature. And this set doesn't really have action features beyond the posability of the dragon, especially not in the rock. So this Technic is for the other main use of Technic in system, which is strengthening the base, strengthening the structure. And with these other pieces we're adding, the warpage doesn't seem as pronounced. So I guess that's a good thing. And then it says where it's time to go into bag 2. So far, we have this unrecognizable mass of multicolored bricks and stuff. Bag 2 is mostly gray. So I'm guessing bag 2 is where we're going to start to cover this over and make it look like the rock base. You can see all the gray in this parts pile. If you didn't know better, you'd think we were building a Star Wars set from seeing this much gray. Well, that's coming soon. I have 2 LEGO streams planned for Star Wars Week. And I have some non-LEGO streams planned for Star Wars Week as well. I keep saying I have non-LEGO streams planned. And I looked at my stream history, and I've only done 1 so far since coming into the studio. Arguably 1.5. But we'll get there. So we want the dark gray slopes for this one. And how are they supposed to attack? Okay, that slope was too long. We want this one. So yeah, it looks like we're beginning to cover over some of the interior structure stuff now. It's cool seeing all the structural techniques, though, for getting the cool shaping of the rocks that we will eventually end up with once we finish this section. There's the other piece I need for this step. We're continuing to build up the side bracketing as we go through this too. The base itself is gray rock, but when we get to the dragon, we'll see that this is really a colorful set. The internal base structure really does foreshadow the kinds of colorfulness that we will see as the dragon comes together. I think we'll do bags until it's obvious that the base is done. And we'll take our first break when the base is done before we get into the dragon. I don't know exactly how many bags are involved in the base build here. No, wrong. It goes here. It wasn't clear from the picture. But at least that was something figured out next page and not a whole bunch of pages later. going on here. We have this goes there. And now I have some light gray. Yeah, I'm not feeling much warpage in the base anymore. It looks like all these other additional parts we're adding on top have straightened that out. Yeah, it's a pretty smooth, straight base now. It also looks like there's not enough gray pieces here to cover over what we've already done. So we'll probably be in the base for a while longer. We'll see how it goes. Oh, so we have the beginnings of our rock face coming out now. That looks pretty good there. That angling there, the rock's going to look really nice once this is all covered over. Yeah, it looks like we're definitely putting in some of the rock shaping now. So I'm not sure how much of the base is going to be done after this bag and how much we'll still have to do. It really doesn't look like there's enough pieces left to cover the sides, but it might surprise me. I've misjudged parts piles before. I've done so many Lego sets both on and off the channel, and I still not always the best with my predictions. Sometimes it's pretty obvious, but not always. But it's cool watching each set evolve. and take shape as you go through the instruction book and add pieces to your initially unrecognizable mass, which eventually starts becoming recognizable. Okay, looks like this one goes in an angle. So it looks like these little tiny Technic bits are going to be supports for anchoring the dragon. That's my assumption, at least. We'll see what actually happens with those as the build progresses. The base is already quite heavy. This is definitely going to be one of my display pieces once the new shelves come in. But because of the way I do the storage and organization, I do need to bag and assign it to a box. Give it its permanent organizational assignment. Oh, that's off camera. This whole chunk goes on the end like this. Let's make sure that's securely within. And I just snapped something off there. Alright, I think that piece is all the way in. So you can see we're starting to get out the shape for this end of the rock as well. Looking good so far. Still lots of coverage that needs to be done here. And this is definitely not enough pieces in front of me. There's definitely going to be at least another couple at least another bag for the base. Okay. So we've started to do the rock detailing on this side, and I assume we're going to have similar steps over here on this side. Obviously not the same because it's not symmetrical. So the two rock sides are probably not going to be exactly the same in build. They'll be similar though. So yeah, it's not enough of the gray pieces to cover over the base. We're not done with the base yet, so we're going to keep going. And that's the end of bag 2. So as you can see, we've started up the rock detailing for this side of the base as well. So now we're going to bring on bag 3. Bag 3 has a lot of color in it. Maybe the base is a little more colorful than being just... Oh yeah, I'm looking at the picture now. I didn't notice all this color around the base, but we're going to get some turquoise and orange around the base. I do like Lego's Chinese New Year color scheme. Nice, bright, beautiful colors for us to admire as we build. So here's where we really start filling in the details of the base. On this side, we've almost completely covered the internal colorful stuff at this point. And it's mostly exterior stuff visible now. We still have a bit to do on the other side before the other side reaches the same point. So yeah, we're doing some turquoise and orange decorating on the rocks now, so it is going to be a pretty colorful base. So I think I'll stick to the plan of trying to build through the base before we take our break. And that way we only have to take one break for the whole stream, even though it's a 1,000 piece, well, over 1,100 piece set. When it has us switch the other side, I'll hold this side up to the camera and you can see everything that I'm doing right now. You can see what I've done. Since I need to be able to see what I'm doing, I can't really hold the work side up to the camera right now. Okay, okay. So it has us turning it around now. So this is all of that. You can see it's beginning to look a lot more cohesive, I guess is the word. I'm not sure. Not sure yet what these orange bits are supposed to represent, but you can see the turquoise bits in here. They're coming up more of a light blue on camera under this light, but those are definitely more of a turquoise color looking at them in person. Now, it looks like I have a bunch of detailing to do on this side of the build here. So again, I'm not really going to be able to show you what I'm doing while I'm trying to get everything lined up properly. I do like the layering and the texture going on with the base here. Makes it a lot more interesting than if it was just a whole bunch of straight pieces and stuff. And now that I know that the rock has some color splashes on it, I can say I like it even more. that goes there. I'm not sure what the turquoise and orange bits represent, but they're pretty. The horses we did uh, on actual Chinese New Year itself, they had a similar thing going on in the water, where part of the water was in orange. So I guess it's dynamic details, or maybe they represent fire. I'm not sure. But I do appreciate the splash of color against the otherwise gray rock. I always like when Lego sets have color. Okay, now it looks like we're doing alright, so you saw this side already, and this is we just did some stuff on that side. It's not an exact one for one match, and I appreciate that because it means it's a more dynamic scene. Now it shows this bit. Goes in here. Now it has us putting in all these orange details. Again, I'm not sure what they represent yet. We'll have a better idea, I guess, once the dragon's in place. They could just be there for atmosphere. Or they could be fire. I mean, we never know. But we have, at this point, pretty much covered over the entire internal structure. None of the internal colors are showing through. And now all we're going to see are the colors we're supposed to see. So it's always fun when a set gets to that point where you go from structure to surface and detail. Alright, bag 4. Here's what we got so far. It looks like the most of the rock is pretty much done, but there was also some water around the base. I'm guessing that's what bag 4 is going to give us. There is a bunch of blue in bag 4, so maybe. Okay, which way does this need to face? This way. And we have our first gold pieces in this bag. Well, gold pieces for the set. I have other gold pieces in my Lego collection on other models. But the first gold pieces in this set are in this parts pile. Not all of them, though. Most of them are in the dragon, I think. And we have our first spammer of the night. Give me one moment. I'm in an assembly here. I will block the spammer. And the spammer is banned. Sometimes it can be satisfying to wield the ban hammer. I don't like doing it, though. If real chatters want to come along and talk to me, though, I'd be all for that. We have lots of these little transparent watercolor tiles as well. Well, plates. So yeah, it looks like we're working now on the water feature that goes around the rock. Okay, what's going on? That goes there. this one here. And then we get this piece up here. And that all attaches over here. So you can see we're starting to put in the water around the base of the rock. That's what's going on with these assemblies here. There's a little bit of a wave detail going on with those white pieces there. So yeah, I think we're going to keep the base going until the build switches over to Dragon. And we'll take our break when we finish the base. And then we'll do the Dragon after the break. I think I can go a little while longer before I need the break. It is a heavy base, and we're not even done with it yet. And actually, we're coming up on the halfway point of the instruction book. So it may be that these instructions are more base intensive than they are dragon intensive, which would be interesting considering that the main feature of the set is the dragon. Now, where did this piece fall off? I just had a little assembly fall off. Okay, we're back. I did not attach those correctly. Now I did. Oh, I can see from this end where we've already done the water work. It's really cool how the rock looks like it's coming out of the water like that. Lots of interesting pieces making this really cool non-standard shape. I will say that I like when they do non-standard shapes because that means the techniques are a bit more fun than when everything is straight and even. Well, that's cool. We have one of these curvy pieces. I can't get, my fingers are in the way. Let me see, how can I show this to you effectively? The white piece there, the curvy piece. This piece first got fame as a Unikitty tail. Unikitty being that awesome character from the Lego movie franchise. And has since been seen as decorative bits in a few sets, but it's nice to see the Unikitty tail. I'm trying to see if I got everything that was supposed to be on that step. No. Missed this little tiny quarter tile. Glad I checked that. So this section goes on like that. I don't see any more blue pieces, so we still have, I think, chunks of the water missing here. Yeah, bag 5 looks like it has a bunch of blue as well. And that looks like bag 6 will finally get to start the dragon itself. So it looks like we'll be in the base for approximately one more bag, is my prediction here. And seeing the size of the base, I think my space concerns were a bit unnecessary. We're managing just fine with the one table. I don't think we need to expand to the second, even if it means taking the base off the table when we're building the dragon. Which is what we typically do anyway when we have assemblies. Although it looks like this first assembly is going to be the first foot of the dragon onto the base. I guess that's just to anchor it and secure it. So we are going to have a little tiny dismembered bit of the dragon when we go into break. So I'm going to actually call break after this bag because the dragon is starting. Yeah, if we're embedding the dragon into the base, then I don't want to leave too much dismembered dragon on screen when we go into break. So we will do the bio break. We have hit the halfway point in the instruction book. So this would be a good place to take the break anyway. And we do have some tiling. It uses those really cool pentagon-shaped tiles. And then we have some dragon claws. So it looks like the 3 technic points we put into the base are to secure the 3 feet that actually make the dragon's 3 feet that make contact with the base. And then we saw from the picture that it's one of its front feet is held up with some treasure. So it'd be cool to see as the dragon takes shape, knowing that this dragon is at least partially pre-attached to the base. So here's the dragon's first little foot there. You can see the claws up front and the gold bits around it. And this is just going to press into the first little bit of the technic sticking out like this. And with that, it has us go into bag 5. So I'm going to go ahead and fold down the claws to give it a more natural look, like it's sitting on the rock there. And before we get into bag 5, we're going to take a short break. We're going to take a quick bio break. Stretch, snack. Yeah, snack sounds good. I want to do snack. Yeah, we'll do snack, stretch. I'll be back in 5 to 10 minutes, and we will... I'm running this build a little bit quicker than I usually do for this amount of pieces. All right. I'll see you in a few minutes after the break. Get yourself a snack, a drink, take a stretch, um, do whatever you need to do to stay comfortable. And we'll be back in a few minutes. Wow, that was an 8-minute break. Wow, that was an 8. That's a bit longer than I usually do the bio break. Sorry about that. But we're still, given that we're already halfway through the instructions, we're ahead of my estimated build time for this. So even though we started late, we're still in good shape. Let's go ahead and open up bag 5. The instructions are back on the screen. I have bag 5 in hand. It looks like bag 5 is going to contain another dragon foot and the rest of the water. Okay, let's focus on the build for a little bit. I've run out of stuff to talk about again. I'll think of something. Okay. There's a little clip piece here. I'm not sure what that's going to be for. Let's see. Looks like we have another one of those Unikitty tail curls. how exactly is this meant to line up over here. Oh, I'm on the wrong side here. On this side, it lines up perfectly and finishes up the water texture on that side. So there. This side's water feature is now complete. We still have to build up the middle of the water on this side here. I know you can't see what I'm doing right now, but I need to be able to see what I'm doing, which is why I have the camera turned away from you. I mean, why I have the build turned away from the camera. Maybe. And I don't want to hold it up like that, because then I could accidentally pop off those pieces that we popped off last time I tried that. And I was talking about not wanting to pop anything off, and I popped something off anyway. Is that what they call karma? Maybe. Right now, basically what it's doing is it's having me layering and texturing the water on the side of the base that I am looking at, that the camera is not looking. And I just knocked off that same little fragile bit again. I'm not sure what angle this foot wants to be at. We can adjust it as the rest of the dragon gets built up around it, just to make sure that it's in a good looking pose as we build it. It looks like I have one more of the Unikitty curls, one of the Unikitty tail curls in my parts pile. Since we finished the water on the side facing the camera, I'm going to assume it's for the side I'm working on now. I'm almost out of blue pieces in my parts pile, which means the water's almost done over here. It would help if I was following the instructions correctly. But that was an easy fix. Didn't even need the separator for that one. This may be the last little water assembly for the base here, because I'm out of blue in the parts pile now. And there's very little white left either. Okay, that one will go into here. And it looks like we're actually going to build two more of the dragon's feet here. So this is where obviously the dragon's last foot is being held up. So we won't see that probably till much later in the build. But here we're going to build the dragon's last 2 feet. But here's the completed water on the other side. Not sure what these 2 clips are for, but the base is now officially done. And we can move on to the dragon. Here's an overhead view of the whole arrangement there. And just for fun, since I'm holding it up anyway, here's the underside view. Not as pretty down there, but you will never ever see this side displayed. You can see some of the internal structural stuff, how it's partially hollow inside. But yeah, the warpage that I had at the beginning, completely gone. It's perfectly straight and solid now. And it's got some bulk to it. Now this is a 2x build, so you know how we do that on this channel. Where we're going to build the whole page, and before we turn the page, we're going to go ahead and build the second copy. And that way we don't have to go back in pages and build everything again. We just build them at the same time. Yeah, that's where that one goes. All right. Same page, second copy begins. And I can see it's going to have me attach them on this side because these are matching feet, so they'll go on the same side. And then once we have the feet built, it'll be time to move on to bag 6. And I think that's where that's definitely where we're going to start doing the dragon proper. I did good hiding the mold mark on that side. Let's do the same on this side. Okay, the dragon's feet are done. Here's another little close-up. Both bits are the same, so I'm not going to show you the other one. This one, it shows us putting it up at an angle like this. And then we take the other foot here. And this one goes up here on this pin over here. And I bumped up another unikitty curl. Let's get that back into place. Let's make sure I put the bit I bumped off, let's make sure I put it back on correctly. I did. Okay. Then it's time to move on to bag 6. It looks like bag 6 is going to be the first segment of the dragon's body, based on the inset picture. I can't really tell for sure from the angle it's at, though. Oh, this bag we get our first couple bits, one of my favorite pieces in the set. We get the printed scales tile, and I think there's 20 something of them total throughout the dragon's body. This is a really cool printed piece, and it'll be and it's really cool that they didn't do that in stickers. And you know what, the base is a little distracting, so let me move it over here so we can focus on the current build. We'll just set it off to the side, and I'll work over here on this end of the table. Sorry, didn't mean to zone there for a moment. I'm sorry. Let's keep going. We have these big joint pieces, which is probably where the legs are going to attach. And some smaller joint pieces where something else is going to attach. And some more gold detailing bits. And now the bulk of this body segment at least is coming together. We just passed the 2 hour mark of stream. So, lots of bracketing for future surface detail to be put on the sides. Okay. That goes there. This one goes there. Interesting placement of a wheel cover piece. So the detailing is really coming together for this side here. Oh, okay. So this is what we've done on that side so far. And now it looks like I repeat all those steps on this side. So that this will, in a few moments, look like that. that other tile. There it is. I'm starting to recognize the shaping for this part of the dragon's body. It's starting to look like dragon bits, body parts now. Is that gap meant to be there? Yes, it is. Maybe it's meant to be. Yeah, it does look like there's a little bit of a gap there. Okay, then we're good to go. Interesting. And then we have these leaf pieces in turquoise representing the decorative bits on the dragon. What are they called? Whatever. They do look good. They're a nice detail there. And then we have some layering of the tiles here to fill in the shape of the body there. That's coming together nicely. All the shaping techniques they have going on here for the body surface of the dragon. this one will go here. Now let's just align these a little bit better. Okay, so this goes here. Okay. So now we're filling in the body texture for this section of the dragon here. Lots of these little tile bits in a precise pattern. That one goes there, and then we have this piece goes here, and then we have our first two of these scale tiles. Ooh. The scale tiles actually have some hidden sparkly gold in the light. I'm not sure if the camera will pick it up though. But there's an extreme close-up of the scale tile. You can see those inner outlines between the thick borders, Those are actually those are actually in the shiny gold print. So that's what the body segment looks like with the texture applied. Now I have to do all those same steps on this other side. There, and this one here. How does this go? Like that. And then we have the scale tiles. So with the texturing done on that side, it says to go on to bag 7 and not do anything with the base yet. So here is our first body segment for the dragon. You can see it's got some pretty cool detailing and texturing going on there. It does look a bit open from the back. But that's not an angle that will be prominently on display, so. So there's the dragon's first body segment. I'll set that over here, and we'll pull out bag 7 and keep going. let's see. It looks like this is going to be a smaller body segment than the first one. We have some more of the scale tiles. Well, at this point, working on the body, we'll probably see the beautiful scale print tiles throughout the rest of the build here. There, we need this one. Okay, so this, we have a tiny little body segment here, and this is going to attach onto this part of the dragon like this. So it looks like here we're going to have another little body segment. Yeah. Not sure what I should talk about right now, so we're just going to keep going with the build. Okay, that goes there. Okay, some more of these turquoise leaves for the dragon scales. Okay, and this section looks like it goes on top of what we've already built, like this. Our dragon's body is starting to get heavy. And we've still got a lot of its body mass left to go. So we've textured off that section of the top there. And now we're just doing the same bits on the other side here. I'm really enjoying this build. It's very pretty. with that, we have a little bit of a 4x build. Oh, okay. So it looks like we're building some spikes to fill in the gaps there on the back. You can see those gaps. So it looks like it's a 5-piece assembly. And I'm actually going to build all 4 assemblies and then put them all on. I'm going to treat it like I usually do, a multiplier bit. So that's what the spike assembly looks like. I just got to prepare 3 more of these and then we can attach them. And these do use the gold pieces. Alright, we got one last one of those bits to make and then I can attach them. And then it'll be time for bag, whatever the next bag is. Okay, we got 4 of those. I'll clear the spare bits because there's nothing else left. So I know that these are the end of this bag. And I'm going to clip these in. And that really starts to bring out some texture on this dragon. This is a very detailed, pretty dragon. So that's what it looks like with the spikes attached. You can see it adds quite a bit of texture to the look. I like where we're going with this. Bag 8 is going to have a 2 times build. It looks like the parts pile for bag 8. They're small pieces, but quite a substantial number of them, it looks like. So let's push that over here. Let's put that where I can reach it. Okay, it's a 2x, so we're going to do it the way we always do. looks like there is a little bit of but we can do that assembly with it being attached, I think. Yeah. Okay, that one. That one. And there. Okay. All right. There's only about 50 pages of instructions left, but there's still 2 whole numbered bags after this one. Maybe we're going to see a lot of multiplier bits in the instructions at this point. That's a prediction based on how much instruction is left and how much we still have to put together. But I could be wrong. Okay. There's one of them done. Now I just have to finish this last page for the other assembly. Okay, we're ready. So it looks like the 2 link up together. Okay, so the 2 link like that. And which way does the pin go? So it shows the pin coming in from that way. So we're starting to build some more of the body segments now. It looks like here we're going to build another body segment all in one inset step. some more joint pieces here. Okay, and then with some more leaves. So, yeah, we're making some more body linkages here. Wow. Another big inset step segment. So this explains why there's so few pages, because it's using a lot of pieces on each page. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it shows it going on. Okay, so this last segment doesn't get leaf pieces, but it shows it attaching over here like this. And now we can start the texture layers. So yeah, this is what we got so far, these 4 little body segments, the structures at least. And now we're going to put the surface textures in. In terms of detail, this is definitely one of the more detailed, ornate models I've ever done in Lego. Probably not the most, though, but it's up there. Okay, these go here. Oh, it's that stud there. We get some more of the beautiful scale tiles. And I like the layered overlap of the scale tiles as well. Although I did not put that one on correctly. Let's that's where that one goes. Okay, so that's what it looks like, the structure. And when you texture it all up, that's what the surface detail looks like. Now I have to go and repeat all those steps on the other side here. Oh, I forgot a step here. Glad I caught that when I was on the same page. When we finish this bag, I do need to do a quick stretch, but it's not going to be a full bio break, I don't think. And then one more of these tiles over here. And then I need to make 3 more of the spike assemblies. And I almost forgot these 2 little pieces here. Okay, we're exactly on the 3-hour mark of stream. We're doing well though. My initial prediction of about 4 hours seems like it's spot on because we still have a bit of dragon left to build. And I need to take a quick break before we move on to the next bit. Okay, so now we have to attach these spiky bits. And this whole section will, which way? It will attach to this part of the dragon like this on these joints here. If I can just almost. I almost made contact with the joints there. It's hard to grip this at the angle it needs to be, but we got it. We got the connection. So here's our dragon's body so far. It's got some beautiful texturing and detailing going on. Well, we only have 2 bags left. I'm going to take a very quick stretch and we'll be back in. Looks like bag 9 is going to be the dragon's tail segment. So I'll just stick the dragon over here. And we'll be back in a very quick minute or 2. I'm back from break, so let's get right into these last two bags here.
I'm back from break, so let's.
It's going to be bag 9 is going to be the tail. I guess bag 10 will finish with the dragon's head. Usually with brick built animals, they do the head last, so that's not a surprise here. All right, let's arrange things so I have room for build. While still keeping what we've done visible on screen there. Yeah, you can see the beautiful texturing along the dragon's body. And the other side, same stuff. Let's get right into the last little bits of this build here. We only have about 40 pages of instructions to cover us for both these bags. Although this parts pile looks really substantial. There's some big joint pieces, some of the bigger joint pieces in this bag as well. I think that's for the other two legs. Let's get right to it. We still have a few more of the scale tiles in this one. That's one of my favorite bits of this dragon is those printed scale tiles. But the whole dragon as a whole is pretty. It's just those scale tiles, they really make the look. All right, we need wedges. Okay. It might actually be a little distracting to have these out, but it shows you the overall progress of the set so far, so I'll leave it for now. Oh, I'm seeing one of the battle droid body pieces from the Star Wars. It'd be interesting to see what part of the dragon that makes up. I'm talking about these here. This is in the parts pile there. These are the battle droid bodies from the Lego Star Wars series. And as much as build techniques and Lego Star Wars has evolved over its 25-year history, the battle droids are pretty much still the originals. Okay. That one there. That one there. Okay, so now we're going to create another little segment. Excuse me. It is getting late here. Did I mess up? No. I did not mess up. Oh. I wasn't seeing the parts in the parts pile. But no, I did not mess that up. All right. Okay, so now we take this and this assembly attaches on like this. Okay, I see how it goes. And then we have another little body assembly to do here. So this segment will attach onto the rest of what we've been doing so far this bag, like this. And it looks like we're starting another little segment here. Yeah. I do have one special Lego project I'll be doing off stream over the summer, but not ready to reveal anything about that. And then this segment will attach here. It looks like now we're going to make the tail tip. It looks like this is where the battle droid torso comes into play as the support for this section. And then we have these gold, what looks like blade pieces to represent the tail tips here. So there's the tail tip with those beautiful wavy pieces. Let me just get them a little more pleasing in alignment there. And we can attach this to the back of the tail here. Oh. I'm trying to see how it's positioned here. That goes on like that. And let's actually spread those out a little more. Give it a little more of an effect there, but not too spread out. I think that's good enough. And now, so this is what the tail looks like before I apply the surface texture. And now we just have a bunch of steps to do that. Okay, so it looks like we have 13 total of the scale pieces on either side. So that's 26 total of the printed scale pieces in the set. I do like... Anyway, here's what the tail texture looks like. I just have to apply the same stuff on the other side here. And then we'll be ready to build the dragon's head, which will be the final bag. we don't want to be in the way of the joint there. And with that, the tail texture is on, and we can attach it to the rest of the body here. Like that. And I know we haven't built the head yet, but to get the dragon's body out of the way, I'm going to and take up less space on the table. I'm going to go ahead and attach it to the base. And with that, I can make some adjustments, make these feet look good, gripping onto the rock. And this is what we have so far. A headless dragon who still needs one of his arms. So bag 10, I guess, will be the head, the last arm, and I think then we'll be done. This is a really beautiful display piece. Oh, I can see some cool printed parts in this bag. I'll show them off when we get to them in the instructions. Okay. Okay, I can see one of those sparkly opalescent pieces in this parts pile. Not sure what it represents yet, but we will get there. Why is there a door frame in here? I guess we'll find out when the instructions tell us to put it on. We have about 25 pages of ish of instructions left. Wow, it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here. Well, I knew that would be a possibility when I got a late start. I wasn't going to pass up uh, work, free money, because the survey site is how I fund the Lego. That's how I'm able to do this channel and all the Lego builds that I do. So I wasn't going to pass up an opportunity to get some of that money. And that's why part of why we started so late. This isn't the latest I've run at night that I've run on a Lego build, though. There's a couple streams I've done in the past where the build took a lot longer than I planned for, than I estimated, before I got good at estimating my time. And I think there was one time I was building until like 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, not doing that again, most likely. We're in the final bag, and so far tonight I haven't had a single piece eat onto the floor. I hope I didn't just jinx it for this last little bit of the build here. I wish I could give you better views as I'm building. But I have fat fingers, and I also need to be able to see what I'm doing. But yeah, the dragon head shape is really coming together right now. hope I lined that up correctly. Okay, this one goes here. And then I need to do the other bits. Excuse me, that came out of nowhere. I want to make sure everything's lining up correctly so that the head goes together and everything fits. So that's what that was about just there. And with that, that bit is together now. One big, huge gold piece here for, oh, okay. Maybe there's not much posability, but he can at least open his mouth. Look, the mouth can be opened. All right, that's how that works. And now we're making the eyes. And the eyes are pretty cool. Okay, this is cool. How can I do this without dropping this thing? Let's do it like that. We get two of these. It comes with this printed eyeball. It's a pretty cool looking printed eyeball there. And we get two of those in the set. Let's put these up a little more. Let's align the spikes a little better. And Oh, I just popped something off by accident. What did I knock off? This piece here. But with the mouth and the eyes on, the dragon head really is starting to come together now. And then we make, and then he has a little bit of a crest going on as well. Okay, yeah, I think I jinxed myself. There was a definite yeeting going on there. The question is, where did it go? It's a little bit of pieces that are similar to the carpet color. Unless, of course, they fell in front of me, which is another possibility. Which pieces exactly are missing, though? Only one piece fell off the build. Did it go on the floor is the question. I can't see it, but it's similar to the carpet color. Yeah, it went behind the table leg. That's why I couldn't see or feel it. All right, let's fix things up and finish this. So yeah, because I jinxed myself, I did end up with one yeeting towards the end of the build, unfortunately. I guess I shouldn't mention yeeting unless it actually happens. I think there's only been one or two Lego streams in the past that I got through the whole build without knocking something onto the floor. again. Alright, and then we have these two little horn bits. Not horns, whiskers. I forgot that some dragons have them. The dragon's head shape is really starting to come together now. Now we get to make some horns for the dragon. Let's make all the horns on this page and then we'll put them all on. Okay, the horns are prepped. Let's get them all placed and positioned. I messed something up somewhere. Okay. These crest pieces are supposed to be more forward on the head over the eyes. That's where I messed up. That's why the picture wasn't making any sense to me. So let's get these two crest pieces off. So these aren't actually part of the crest. They're part of the whatever it's called, this is how they're supposed to go here. Now I can put the other two horns on as they're supposed to go. Very intricately detailed head here. I do appreciate that though. I like Lego sets that have a lot of detail on them. Let's get the last horn clipped on and we can continue finally. All right. So here's a very detailed dragon's head. And this will go onto the front of the dragon on that big ball joint. And I'm just knocking pieces off the body of the dragon now. Let me fix that real quick. They're not going to fall out because it's got the other pieces in place, holding them there and preventing them from falling. But the dragon has his head now. And this is where it shows you actually attaching the dragon to its legs on the base. But we've already did that bit, so we can now. All right, let's adjust the head pose to make it look a little bit better. All right. And here's where we finally put together the fourth leg, or the fourth foot, I should say. He doesn't have much in the line of legs. He just has 4 big feet that are attached to the body. Alright, we're coming up on the end of the build here. This is the last, well, this is the last obvious piece of the dragon. But it looks like there's too many parts still in this parts pile for this to just be the end. And I still have 15 pages of instructions, and it looks like the foot's almost structurally together. So there may still be a surprise left in the set that I did not notice before. It's always cool when they throw in little last minute surprises like this. Oh, okay. I see what it's doing here. We have this opalescent shiny ball piece. Let's see if the camera will pick it up. You can kind of see, you can't really see the sparkly bit, but this is one of those opalescent pieces that they've been doing. And it sparkles when the light hits it just right, but the camera won't focus on that effect. And this goes into the dragon's hand. So this must be one of those magical good luck orbs that I'm going to say it's a magical good luck orb. And then it shows the dragon claws. Placed against it. So it's basically holding this magical glowing fortune orb. I'm going to call it a fortune orb. I don't really know what they're called in Chinese culture. But a nice little bit of dragon magic was included with this model. I didn't even notice it in the pictures, but I do like the opalescent piece. So now you can see the dragon claws holding the orb like that. And we can keep going with the build. So this will attach to the ball joint on this side, the open ball joint on the dragon's body. Very carefully snapped into place there. And I can have it holding up the orb like that, showing it off. And yeah, let's fix that. And now I can show you the effect. You can see the dragon holding up his orb there. And now it shows us doing a 2x build. So it looks like we have a couple steps here to finish off the feet now that the dragon is attached, and just make where it attaches a little cleaner looking. I'm assuming is what's going on here. Yeah, this is just to fill in some of the shaping for the feet here. put this spike in facing the wrong way. Can I fix it without... Hold on. This spike needs to be facing this way. All right, there. Now we'll have consistency across the model. I gotta do another 2 more, it looks like, of these foot spikes here. I'm glad I finally was able to get this model. It looks beautiful. So this goes in here. It also shows some fire effects. All right, we have another spammer right here at the end here. Let's ban the spammer. All right, the spammer is banned. Let's keep going with the build. It also shows us putting some of these flame effects on around all these clips. I'm going to assume that we're looking at the same kind of orange water effect that they did on the horses here. These might represent fire or the mix of water and magic, maybe. But yeah, these orange and yellow fire colored pieces do really enhance the look of the model here. So that's what all these clips we put on the base were for effects. And I'm going to turn this around in just a moment and you can see all these that I put on. Because I'll have to do that last foot spike for the other side and the water effects for the other side there. So now I'm going to turn it around. You can see the effects we just put on. And meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and do this foot spike. And now my operation is behind the model. There's only a few pieces left in the parts pile, including a door frame and a printed piece with what looks like some Chinese text on it. So I'm guessing that's the final decorative bit that we're going to be putting on to the model right at the end here. But first I have to attach this. Oh, let's not forget the piece that actually attaches it. Okay. And now I'm going to put my flame effects in. on this side. Okay, that's in. So now we come here. Okay, so here's where we're using the door frame. The door frame and this printed piece are going to make up a sign in Chinese that I cannot read. Okay, so we're making a little bit of a sign for the dragon for the dragon display. So this is what the sign looks like. If anyone knows what that means, please drop it in the YouTube comments when this video goes up. Meanwhile, oh, it goes back on this side, so let me get all the spare bits out of here. I dropped a piece right at the end as I was packing up the spare bits. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, so almost 1:30 in the morning. So we probably are gonna be very limited in raid targets. Most of the evening musicians are long gone by now, and the late night overseas musicians, they don't start up for another couple hours. So we're gonna have very limited choices tonight, if we have any options at all, really. Okay, so the sign mounts to the base like this, but it's only on a single clip, so it's not the strongest connection, but it'll do. And this shows the completed model, and we are done with the instructions. So let's take that off. I'll take my separator and We'll set that aside. And I'll turn this around so you can see the full the full model here. I'm going to display it from that side. The wow, this thing is heavier than it looks. But there's like almost there's over 1,100 Lego pieces on this model here. Front view, we'll do a little 360, I guess. Can't really do that too much because he's going off camera, but you can see all the beautiful detailing going on with this model. One of the more detailed builds that I've done, I think. They probably could have used a slightly longer clip connection for the sign there, but there. Let's set them down and see if there actually is any available raid here. And I'll turn him to look at the camera a bit as well. But yeah, this is the Chinese Auspicious Dragon. A great choice for Earth Day. And I gotta be more careful. Let me fix that real quick. All right. Very detailed build. Lots of texture there. One of the more unique dragons in my Lego collection, I will say. I've gotten a few Lego dragons so far, but... Alright, who is there available to raid? Oh, we still got people on. We've got a surprising number of people on given what time it is. We will attempt to raid Sarah Mahoney Music. If I can type it. I'm trying to type it without disrupting the build here. How do I spell that? This is one channel that might be blocking raids. I think I tried to raid her before. Oh, the raid worked. Okay, we're raiding Sarah Mahoney. This was a beautiful set to celebrate Earth Day. I'm glad I switched it up from my usual Earth Day dinosaurs this year. Have a good night, and I will see you probably over the weekend. I'm probably going to take, yeah, I have some things I need to do tomorrow. But I'll probably be back over the weekend. We'll do something nice on Saturday. I don't know if it'll be Lego or if I'll finally get the gaming going again. Or maybe we'll do karaoke again. I'm not sure. We'll see what I feel like doing on Saturday. Auspicious Dragon. Nice retired set there. Fun build. Beautiful. We're going to go enjoy some music now. Have a good night, and I will see you soon. Gonna go enjoy